this is Stevie and Heartbound, and I'm back with some EverQuest to entertain you with. Let's see. Frame rate's down because I'm tabbed out. Okay. And frame rate's back because I tabbed back in. Just remember, Dorina loves you. So last time we were playing, we went in silently tracked down a satyr named Simu. And he didn't know who Dorina was. But Dorina wants to give him a present. So maybe Simu can, appreciate her a little bit. Will that work? Dorina doesn't know, but I admire the effort. I figured it would be more fun if we focused on her story today. So I didn't do anything special since last time we played. I just logged out, and so we're going to rebuff before we go taking the good fight to the spiders. So we're going to level up the abjuration tree a little bit. If you ever run into this situation when you're playing the game, you can just spam the spell like Planet Knowledge and just meditate over and over. And this won't happen, but I don't really mind the fizzles. Because eventually it'll catch up, as long as you just do it every once in a while. My game did not like that. I was like, oh my god, it actually casts a spell. But my other schools are fine, so it's not that big of a deal. But I do need to get my pet buffs. Beast Lords rely heavily on their pet. But they're pretty much a jack of all trades. So I thought they would be a useful class to kind of show off the game with. This is a fun game. If you have not tried it, it is free. To a point. Eventually, if you want to go to like the upper high level areas, you have to pay a little bit, but it's really not that bad. I put in what, at least 40 hours into a series so far. If I'm something around there, if not directly on that. My character already has 255 no stats, so there's no point in really giving him the other buffs, because there is a cap unless you get heroic stats, which is a whole other thing to open up. We don't have to worry about that yet. Switch back to my general. Hold on. Sorry. I personally like Glory Gut because it's kind of what I grew up with when I was younger playing this game. So that's what I'm going to recommend to that nice fellow. A little bit of magic back. But in order to advance Dorina's quest, we just need to get 12 spider silk. That's really not that bad. I'm gonna see if someone's camping the mesa spiders, and if they are, then we'll switch over to the non-quest spiders. Hold on. Yeah, it's 30 to 50. So he should be perfectly fine. So I gave him good advice. Hopefully it will help him enjoy his experience. Because we've been showing off Blightfire Moors and Crescent Reach. This is what the devs say, hey, this is our theme park that we've made for players that are used to World of Warcraft. Hold on. Loud noise isn't coming. Like, this is what they said would be, you know, the thing to kind of compete with World of Warcraft. It failed, obviously, but this is the experience they wanted you to have. But there's a lot more to this game than just, we need Phantoma for a quest. So we're going to go ahead and grab her while I'm in the area. But, we spin. Forgot what I was talking about. But the leveling experience that you would have, you know, when I played this game when I was new, there is no real quest. Just more like you're filling in bounties. Like, tell you to go get 4 noble teeth, and you just gather up noble teeth until you can carry no more, and then you turn them all in, and that's how that goes. This is a more guided experience, which gives you very powerful armor. But they start you with the tutorial, they drop you over Crescent Reach. This is what the new player will experience. So I didn't want to jump off and go, okay, well, we'll go to the lower Guk, you know, we'll be going to the over there, or my old stomping grounds, basically. But that's the reason we're here and not in the old places I quote-unquote grew up with. But that's okay. My mercenary is on passive because I really don't need him all the time. He costs money every 15 minutes that he's active. So if he's just doing basically nothing, you know, you don't really need to have him active. You can, but you don't need to. And I play my character efficiently, but you can do a lot better than what I do. I'm sure there's like hundreds of mistakes people have seen me do that they can point out. And that's okay. But if you're new, the reason you always want to fight kind of the Spencer is because on the front, your target will repost you, he will dodge, he will block your attacks. But if you're attacking from behind, he can't block or dodge your attacks. So it takes a whole lot of mitigation out of the picture. And a Mesa Wolf on us, but that's not a big deal. I don't think we need that. The Mesa Wolves are much weaker than you'd think they'd be. But we're about level 50 now, so The, EverQuest is kind of a weird game. The stronger you get, the weaker your character feels. Like, at level 10, you just... If you're playing properly, you destroy everything and anything that comes your way. But then you get to like level 60, and it feels like everything is just waiting to just bash you down. And it's just weird. Well, somebody died. When a corpse has armor on them like that, that means it's a very, very recent death. And they should be fine. So what I'm betting happened to that character is, no, they're not fine. They're gonna die. That player was moments from death. Can I keep them up? Yeah, that'll be fun. Good deal. I can't resurrect on my character, so they're gonna have to just kind of deal with it. But I guarantee what happened last time we did that quest where the Alpha Wolf popped out and spawned all those ads. I guarantee that's what killed that character. So of course, turning in Phantoma's thing. Yeah, the resource lagging, surging with wild savagery. Nah, our silly Defiant gear is going to be much stronger than anything. So they'll resurrect there. See, that's why the thing about playing with boxes like that is you don't pay attention to, you know, all just one character. He has his attention divided between 5 different characters and 5 different screens. So when an alpha wolf spawns all those ads and starts beating on you, I'm only watching my beast lord. I can tell, okay, this is how much health I have left. I kind of have an idea or kind of a flow of how the battle's going to go. But you can lose a character really easy. And if that character you lose experience points when you die. You can get resurrected by a cleric, but now that character is his experience points are different from the other characters. They're not even anymore. So you're always going to have that person lagging behind, and then one character dies here, one character dies there. It's just a mess. But I digress. People can play how they want. I'd rather have people playing and doing what they want than everyone having to play a specific way and just not playing at all, you know? That's just this old geezer's opinion, though. So that closed out a quest that I was kind of... See, Phantoma is a rare spawn, but at the same time she's really not. But yeah, so if you ever see a corpse that has person's armor on it still, that means it's a fresh corpse. Like, really fresh. Like, you, in the same zone, they have just perished. So if you're playing a paladin, a cleric, or a druid, I believe can resurrect at some point, just go ahead and toss them a res. If they don't accept it, it's because of the experience loss that they would have as not acceptable to them, or they just don't want to come back right now. But you'll see, we'll definitely see more dead players at some point. They have a resurrection timer, and yeah, the spiders are gone. And somebody was actively hunting them. One thing I don't like about this zone is you have very limited area for a quest monster. So we're just going to get the spider silk from another area. Because Dorina's questline is fun. Got the trees kind of spawning in out there. The magic of technology. Yeah, there's another dead person. Like, if this resurrection timer is still up and they're online, you can toss them a resurrection, and you know, they'll find. That only takes while they're online. So that tells me that this person 2 days ago died, played for another 2 hours or something, and that happened so many days ago. And this can be good for telling you how many players are in the area, what kind of happened. And you can kind of do a little bit of forensic work if you know the game. So if you see a whole bunch of fresh corpses that have a very high timer, that usually means there's maybe a rare spawn up in the area, or you know, something else is going on. But because the Mesa recluses aren't up, it probably means the person that wants to fight them will be back. So we're going to take these out for the spider silk. You still get a little bit of experience. It's not that big of a deal, to be honest. And I'm not really using potions or anything. It's just basic gaming at this point. But we do need spider silk, which that is not dropping anything of. If you're at full mana, just go ahead and spend a little bit of mana if you can, you know, can. There's usually no reason not to. Just always keep kind of something regenerating. I usually, if I can help it, I'll be at 90-90. But as you're probably well aware that by this point I don't pay a lot of attention when I should. Spider brain. I haven't paid the ultimate price yet. We still have levitation from you know, Crescent Reach. Eventually that will catch up with me. I will make a move that was not smart. Then I'll show you how to get rid of corpses so you don't have weirdos like me doing forensics on you. I am getting no spider silk. This is what, the third, fourth spider we're on? All spiders drop spider silk. If it's a spiderling, it will drop spiderling silk. I'm just getting really unlucky. Well, that's just the way it is. Getting my skills up though, so it's not that bad. What I'm leaving on the corpses is augmentations. You can only have one of each one. And the zone you're in has usually a specific pool of items that you can get from it. And I've already got most of the ones from this zone. This is a newer zone thing. If you go to an old world zone, there's no augmentations. But since we're here, might as well play with them, right? Some people take augmentations very seriously. I don't. You know, you can use distillers and take your augments back, but they're such a common drop. It's not that big of a deal. Now we got one spider silk after 5 spiders. These spiders aren't for any quests, so they're that I'm aware of. So. They're not as contested. They are very, very easy. If you're ever playing this game and you're kind of low level for Garkar and you just wanna fight monsters and level up, and this is a good spot to do it. They don't assist, as far as I know, and they're very, very easy to beat. I have turned off my brain. I'm just using auto attack. Pet is taking no damage. There we go, we're getting our spider silks finally. My pet's finally getting bigger at level 50. He's finally not a microscopic cat. He has advanced from being under the microscope. There we go. And we're getting some experience points from it. Not a lot, obviously, but it's something. I gotta remember, in this game, when it was originally made, you're supposed to be in first person. I'm just playing like this because most people, I think this is more fun for people to kind of watch. But if you're playing seriously, you're going to be in first person. The thing for this is zoomed out. You can see around you. You know if other monsters are coming. But if you are in first person and the zone has a lot of people, you look down, your frame rate's going to be a lot better. So sometimes if you'll be fighting a boss, like I'm talking about like old school in-game stuff. Like let's say this giant recluse, you had like 70 other people in here, which is a real thing that'll happen. If you run up to this boss, you'll look down, and you'll, it's probably what you'll see. The view around you, you'll have, like for clerics and stuff like that, they'll kind of be looking at bars of health. So they may also be looking at the floor. If there are ads, they'll show up on your extended targets. At some point, the environment around you becomes kind of flavor. So if you've ever wondered why they don't really update, like as long as this game's been going, they don't really update the models to be like super special or anything. It's because at the core, it's just Dungeons and Dragons. You really don't need all these graphics. And I understand that some people like a pretty game, but if the game isn't fun, what does it matter if it's pretty? This game's fun. That's what I'm trying to say. But I also, I think it has a special charm. I haven't played EverQuest 2. I remember back when EverQuest 2 came out, they split the player base, and it was about the same time World of Warcraft came out. And I was one of the players that stuck with EverQuest 1 until like the end of vanilla. So when everyone was raiding Naxxramas, I started playing World of Warcraft just to see what the hubbub was about. So I played vanilla and I got to Ragnaros, but that was kind of the extent of my experience. I was indeed the bomb. By then, you know, Molten Core wasn't hard. You kind of just had to hang out with other people. But you still have to be careful. My rogue, I played a warlock back in vanilla, but I eventually switched over to a rogue, and I played that for the rest of the time because in Burning Crusade they came out with a flying. So you could fly around with flying mounts, but if you had a rogue, you could use an ability called stealth, and using that ability, you can skip a lot and just kind of go to the quest objectives of what you wanted to do. But they took away flying unless you know, every new expansion, unless you completed all the quests or something like that. So that kind of gave me kind of an advantage. I just kind of like stealthed around and just completed my quest in peace. Okay, Mesa Recluses are up, so we'll add those to our rotation. They're a little bit stronger than the spiders we were fighting. But really, I think flying kind of maxed out on Burning Crusade. They didn't do anything more special with it. you had the Nether Wing Drakes, which was like the best thing that I think they ever did with flying. And then, you know, Terracotta Forest, where there's a bunch of owls that would just dismount you. And I thought that was stupid, and I hated it. But after that, they just didn't do anything at all. And I was like, okay, well... No, I don't really like using forums that much. I use them like every once in a while. But... generally, I keep my opinions to myself. This is kind of like the rare anomaly. Kind of just because I'm playing and talking with a microphone in front of me. But I get on forums, you know, other players will want to deliver rebuttals and stuff like that. And a lot of times I'll type out what I say and then I'll just leave it at that. I'm not really interested in what other people have to say. Which I'm trying to get better with that. That's kind of why I'm hoping chat will be fun. But we'll see. We'll see. But if you are watching, thank you. I do appreciate you. And I do mean that. I want you to have a good day. Because I am definitely having a good day. And it wouldn't be fair if only one of us was having a good day, now would it? A lot of these classes in this game don't have healing spells. But I remember back when I played this game, you know, Kunark hadn't come out. It was just like, we didn't know this game was going to be big. I didn't know I'd be playing this like all these years later, or that, you know, it'd still be around, which I'm glad it is. I remember looking through the class list, and I had a friend that played. He was a Dark Elf Necromancer, and because Dark Elf Necromancers were like the solo class, and I'm a role player, you know. So I played a human paladin because I was reading the instruction manual, and I was like, okay, these guys can heal themselves. They have heavy plate. They're kind of like a cleric. That sounds like a winning recipe, and they're strong against the undead. How could you go wrong with a paladin? And spoiler, you couldn't go wrong with a paladin. You just had to stick to fighting undead monsters, unless you really wanted to challenge. But what I didn't expect is, you know, them to kind of have this big corruption arc where in human towns, half the places are corrupted with evil. I thought, you know, there was gonna... I guess I expected good when you comes to humanity, but our dear designers didn't see that the same way. They're like, well, humans are corrupt, so we're gonna put that in our game. So young, naive me kind of got smacked in the back of the head by a surprise like that. And I did level in Castle Mistmore, so I did interact with the elves and the dwarves and stuff like that. But most of my interactions was with humans in Freeport and Kanos. So it was kind of like, it was a whole thing. And go experience true pain if you decide you want to help the Erudite Paladins, the Deepwater Knights, because they want to stop a bridge from being built from Quanos to Eridan. And that means taking out a lot of dwarves and other things. You get if you're an Erudite, you get a cool sword, I think, out of it. But that faction, those faction hits are not nice. Well, that's part of the fantasy. It's if you're going around fighting monsters for loot, sometimes the towns themselves become loot zones. And I remember with the original Freeport, I would hunt them as my paladin, because there was North Freeport and East Freeport and West Freeport, right? And if you were a paladin and you had slain Sir Lucan de Lair, the North Freeport area was a safe zone for you. So you can go out to East and West Freeport and you can hunt Freeport guards, and they'd give you broken helmets. And I never figured out what the helmets would do. Yeah, I should have all my stuff. But then they changed it around the Gates of Discord or Omens of War or something like that. And I lost my safe zone. This game just kept making me mad. You had perfection. If you want to make something new, make something new. Stop changing the old world. A lot of games do that. World of Warcraft did it with Cataclysm. Has it ever occurred to you that people are playing because they like the old world? If you want to make something new, make something new. If people want to play it, they will play it. We are playing EverQuest because we like the old stuff. The old stuff is good. These quests are funny. I like them. Except for your quest, which I will get to. You are a problem. But anyway, we're dealing with Dorina today because she's a... Hello, I want to give Simon a nice gift. Well, we're here to help with that. Hold on. I think I might be short for spider silk. We're gonna give you this. Give you 4 wolf canines, 1 recluse spider fang, 1 recluse spider fang, and I need to give you hold on. Bear with me. I'm 4 spider silk short because I'm kind of combining quests with other quests. There's an invisible wall here. No one likes you. Why is there an invisible wall here? Let a cat be free. So when I finally do perish and lose my levitation, I'm gonna have to start playing normally, which is gonna be kind of a challenge because I've been goofing off so much. In normal gameplay, you won't be surfing on the walls at high speeds. What I did there is I adjusted my first-person point of view. Yep, there's my competition for spiders. Like, where did all the spiders go? I happened. So what they're going to do is they're going to go hunt to other places while the spiders respawn. All they need to do is up the spawn rate on these spiders. Now, this is a very social game, so these players running by will probably be like, oh, we should probably recruit that guy to the group. But I will get sucked into a grind session, which I'm not really interested in right now. But sometimes it is very, very beneficial. I see an orange cat. They got a beast sword in that group. Good choice. Yeah, these spiders are back up. So we'll knock these out for the remaining spider silks. Just go back and forth. Because she needs 32 for some reason. This better be a really cool gift, Dorina. I need 4 more. I need 3 more. If you're ever playing like a tailor, like, you know how to be leveling straight away. You could be doing all these trade skills and stuff like that. This is a good spot for picking up spider silk. And this kind of entire area where the wolves and bear pelts and stuff are is to kind of show you, hey, you can get stuff here. a more advanced player may already know that, but like I said earlier, this is the experience they want to give you when you're coming from other theme park MMOs. Like, well, maybe this person doesn't know. And a lot of the magic of this game is in the old world, so at some point I will be going over all that stuff. And there's nothing wrong with this content. There's just like one or two quest lines that just boil my unmentionables. Namely the quest Catherine has in the Ciodaro quest line. It's an absolute mess. But when we hit level 60, I kind of want to swing back to take out the Queen of Stonehive. Because bees have consumed Furiona Via's head. If you haven't seen the thumbnail. I don't know how it happened, but she no longer has a head. It's kind of a shame, but you know, that's no way to get ahead in life. So we should have 32 spider silk. Yep. Spider silk. Spider silk. Spy on the doors. Yep. The player is definitely doing things, isn't he? And you don't need a lantern. It's just funny when you have a bunch of players glomped up like that. You can definitely see the lanterns kind of overlaying each other. So sorry about defeating you earlier, Phantoma. It was for a quest. Forgive me for my sins. And these trees, they're indifferent. They're on a faction, so they're not just randomly indifferent. And what's funny is, normally if you have a scenario where things are indifferent or higher, you generally don't want to fight them. But some of these quests kind of break the taboo. But as long as you're above apprehensive, they'll sell to you. As long as you're above dubious, they want to attack you. It's when you become threatening or more that problems start happening. So we're going to turn in our spider silk to little Dorina here. You need 5 large snake fangs. This is great. I don't think I could have gathered these by myself. Thank you very much. Dorina casts a spell over the items you've given her. They weave themselves into a traveling pack. Now please take this to Simu. When unfolded, holds large items. 8 capacity, 50% reduction. But you want to deliver the folded silk fang pack to Simon. So even though this could be a bag, you know, you don't want to just kind of take it and run off. You want to deliver the folded pack to Simon. Remember, the folded pack. Don't unfold it. Don't do it. Also, Simu kind of wanders around, so this might take a second. But this is Dorina's first real contact with Simu. And it's a bunch of fangs and spider silk. So how do you think that's going to go over? Do, 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 do. I'll have my camera angled right, but it got me some free swimming skill. So if you remember from last episode, Simu kind of wanders around a lot. So you gotta track him down. I think he's gonna be in his tent at this time of day. He's riding a Drogmore. Drogmores are... What's funny is if you're playing... like back in... okay, the expansion, but the pirate thing, when these steeds came out, you had horses and you had Drogmores. And if you rode a horse, the horse's head would be in the way of your screen. So if I was like this, you'd see the horse's head here. Well, these Drogmore, their head's a little bit lower, so you don't have the obstruction for your screen. So if you've ever wondered why you'd use a Drogmore over a horse, that's why. Now that most people play zoomed out like this, it's less of an issue. But that's why. Are you in your tent? Yes, you are. Remember that time I set my cat on you? That was fun, right? Oh my, this is hilarious. Dorina thinks this will make me love her. I don't even know her. Thank you for making my day. This is hilarious. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? The girl that's stalking this fellow is now making laugh. How do you think Dorina's gonna react to that? So we're gonna go back to Dorina using our cheeky fly over everything method. Can I get over the invisible wall? That's my question. So Dorina gave this guy a gift and he just laughed at her. I still can't get over the invisible wall. I probably could if I was a little bit higher, but that's okay. This is just for fun. Normally you'd be walking normally along the path. You know, you'd be a lot slower because you don't have Spirit of the Wolf. It'd be more cinematic, I guess you call it. Dorina. Dorito, where are you at? Where is the Dorito? What's your deal? That is a very strong fairy. And she says nothing. And Dorito probably just walked around. Or flew around. Where the heck did she go? I can target her. Now she'll have a little light blue circle around her. So I'm looking for the light blue circle. There you are. So she's just playing with the other fairies. Where are you going? He laughed? Really? He has deluded himself then. Yes, yes, yes. I think I'll know how to deal with this though. I think he needs a touch of another person making it. Will you make this gift for him? I'm happy to give you instructions. You've been so helpful. Do not be afraid to ask me for instructions. That seems more complex than it really is. This note will explain it. So Dorina is dismayed and worried. She's asked you to try your hand at making a more elaborate version of the Silk Fang pack, since her magic can't make anything overly complex. You'll need a loom found in most cities like Crescent Reach, a backpack pattern, and a sewing needle. The looms can be found near the backpack patterns and can be purchased from most tailoring merchants, such as Tailor Panya and Crescent Reach. Sewing needles are crafted by smithing with 2 high-quality metal bits, a jar of acid, needle mold, smithy hammer, 2 steel bits, and a water flask in the forge. You will also need spider silk and spiders, a recluse spider fang, you know, the stuff we all just got. So this time, in order to help our little friend, we had to go into trade skills, which is kind of why I made this its own thing. So this will be our first foray into trade skills to help Fairy that is not being treated right. But that's usually how it goes anyways. You give a person all this attention, and they just think it's funny. Surely that would never happen in real life. What we will need now is you have to make the trade these first. Now, it says combine, you know, all these things. So it's time to go back to Crescent Reach. And I think we're going to go stop by the bazaar just to kind of see if they have any spider silk. The time for hunting is over. Now is the time for trade skills. Not really that useful as you think. So the note she gave us. Weird. So first we need to make a spool of spider silk thread. Take 8 spider silks and spin it into a silk thread. Once you have the thread, use the recluse spider silk as your bobbin and spin 3 spider silks. So basically she just wants us to make it, you know, her thing. And I'm slow, so we're going to fix that. I say slow, but I'm really more normal speed. We're going to do a haste ourselves in our pet. Doesn't that feel better? But instead of going to get all those spider silks, I'm going to do what I like to call a program remove. Also, we probably need to go talk to Nyla, because we have the other quest, which is for our dear Catherine, which is going to cause me a lot of issues. Why are you outside? Yeah, one more level, I'll get the these things. Let me check my skills, make sure I know the basics of everything. As long as you know the basics and have 1 skill point, you're okay. I did not see any zeros for anything I could use. So everything is fine. Yeah, this game's not all about defeating monsters. Go figure. This person got defeated by a guard, I guess, and then just stopped playing. It's alright. My very first time I was playing, I got taken out by a guy named Zamel. But I spawned right in front of him. And it used to be A was auto attack, which makes sense. And you had to manually type things. So you go, in order to talk to somebody, you go hail, right? Well, I didn't press enter. So I hit H, and then I hit A. And that turned on auto attack, and I had Zamel targeted, and he killed my character. I was fresh to the game, had never played it before, didn't understand what happened. I just zoned in and tried to talk to somebody, and I was slain instantly. I never found that body, because I didn't know how to explore the town. I just spawned next to the gates, and I was just like, you know what? We'll just roll with it. Because I didn't know what I'd left behind on my body. And you left all your items on your body back then. So I didn't turn in my guild note to my in the Knights of Thunder. I didn't have a sword or food or water. I lost all that. But so I just went out to the Quanos North Yard and I just started punching skeletons. I grabbed a rusty sword and just rolled with it. Then I finally got a two-handed sword, and I succeeded. Who needs newbie gear anyway? I learned milk and muffins was very cost efficient. Let's talk to you while we're here. So you're looking for a special emerald pendant. I know, just a thing. Take these instructions and you can make a nice emerald pendant that glows. The first time you do it, find all the parts except the emerald on the beast in Gorokar Mesa. They seem to have the quality that's needed. Once you have seen the parts the first time, you'll be able to get them anywhere you want since you know what the quality material you need. If you don't have the skills to make the item yourself, give me the parts and pay 10 platinum and I'll make it for you. You generally want to give it to them because, you know, these things are kind of annoying to get. The entire Theodaro Cavern questline is just a headache. So this game has a lot of love themes. When we were in Crescent Reach, we were giving you know, gifts to different people, kind of in that love triangle, stuff like that, and it just keeps going. But we're gonna go to the bazaar and see if someone has some spider silk for sale. Not really interested in if I can avoid it. Brain? Brain's failing me, hold on. Go down. Derp. Float down on top of the elevator. Go to the Whitefire Moors. I guess this will be the first time I go to the bazaar on this character. So how the bazaar works is you have players will park their character. Instead of logging out, they'll leave their computer on and the game running. And they will sell things. It's kind of started, you know how those people were playing with like multiple characters? It's kind of what started this. You need your character logged in order to sell things. Or a character logged in. So if you make a character to sell on the bazaar, and you have a character to play, then what's stopping you from making another one? And then suddenly you've got a group of characters running around. And it's kind of the thing where it all started. And for the most part, you know, if it keeps people playing, I have nothing against it. I'm not trying to be the best player. You really can't. You know, in most situations anyway. It's a game where you have to rely on other people. So, who wants pie? So, we'll go to, over this way. We'll play the knowledge. There's always a bunch of animal corpses down there. And that happened about a week ago, almost. It's recent. And that looks like actual players because of how they're positioned. They're not on auto follow. That's likely real people. Just having a good time playing together. Oh, by the way, you can fail these trade skill checks. This happened recently. You can't attack each other in the plane of knowledge, but that doesn't mean you can't die in the plane of knowledge. It's just a little bit difficult. It can very much happen. This was this is the Soul Fire. This is what my paladin had back in the day. And it was really rare back then to kind of see a particle weapon like that. Everything looked like a normal weapon. I wanted to get the Fury Defender, but you needed to fight Lord Nalfigan or Vox. And I got in Vox's, I think, but I couldn't get in Nagafin's book. So I couldn't ever go to the Plane of Knowledge and get that sorted out. Because once you hit past level 52, back in the day, the level cap was 50. So level 52 seemed reasonable. But that was required for... Get me off the wall. It's required for an epic piece. So it was a whole thing. So I had a choice to make. Do I stay low level to wait for a Nagafin raid, which I didn't really have enough time to really do? Or do I just, you know, do whatever? Because every week I was waiting, you know, I couldn't get my character stronger to play with higher level players. In the end, I decided to wait for a Nagafin raid, but it just never came. So couldn't really do a whole lot with my paladin. So I just went around to Pain Eel, started farming guards for platinum. I had fun. It was just I don't know. We got to Omens of War, and I couldn't get past the shoreline because the monsters are so strong. And I didn't really have enough time to play for a group. This is a bazaar. So how this zone works is some players will just come in here and hang out. And you got little trade stations. So if you wanted to work on brewing or something like that. I'm pretty sure there's a loom around here somewhere. Yeah, here's a forge. Show you what the bazaar looks like. So this place is set up to be weird. So we're on the Lukeland thing. Brewall has nicely labeled these things. So we'll be using the loom if I can find the spider silk. But how the bazaar works is you open up the bazaar, type in what you want, you see if someone's selling it. So this person is selling spider silk. I don't know if this is for the entire stack or if it's 95 platinum a piece. I'm gonna be upset if it's the other way around. So mystical forces prevent you from finding your destination easily. So if you ever want to find somebody in here, that's kind of a thing. And a lot of these places go elsewhere. You do have a map, so it's not as bad as it used to be. It was still an experience. If you go down here, there are stables where you can buy horses and stuff like that. So if you've ever wondered what horses look like in this game, this, if you were not aware, is a horse. You got different types of horses. And this is personally my favorite. Actually, I kind of like this one too. It's very tiny. I like the music here though. But these cost 6 digits to platinum. We only have a few thousand. So inflation is kind of a thing with this game. Platinum used to be worth a lot more. So to me, I have a ridiculous amount of platinum right now. but some players will be like, oh, okay. You have such a small amount of platinum. So what I did there is I got on a teleporter pad. So now we're going to type bazaar again and see if we can find our dear vendor. So we still can't find her. That means she's probably in the other one. So we're going to end find. We don't want to teleport to the hub. Wait, I think we do. I'm going to try and teleport to the Red Griffin Hall. Or Red Dragon Hall, I'm sorry. So we know our vendor exists. So now we will try one more time. Oh god, there's people everywhere. Just dropped my frame rate. And now, since we're in the right spot, now we'll have a mystical path. That was out for fun. Now we found our character. I'm gonna go down in alphabetical order. Go Spider Silk. And she's charging 95 platinum for Spider Silk. Now, I'm just going to say, I think it's highway robbery. So we're going to not do that. You are nuts. The thing is, in order to sell something, you gotta find somebody to buy it. I can't justify it. That's ridiculous. If you were like a level 120 player and you needed them to like level up your trade skills, yeah, but no. Not going to happen. So we're going to just grind it out the old-fashioned way. Just go back to the plane of knowledge. And we'll need the spider fangs and stuff again anyway. But what we can do we can go back to Crescent Reach and find our backpack patterns and stuff like that. Thing is that you have to kind of get the quest credit. So it's not just about making the stuff, you have to get quest credit too. So if I make something before it shows up on the quest list, that might cause me issues. So we're going to just get some spider silk. So this might be a good time to finish this quest up. So we'll go fight some more mesa snakes and stuff like that. I was kind of hoping they sell them for something cheap, but that's inflation for you. Unironically. If you would have told me when I was younger that somebody would have a spider silk that drops off everything for nearly 100 platinum, I would have looked at you and I've been like, what? That has to be a result of inflation. There's no way. Again, I'm an old school player. Somebody might look at that nowadays and be like, oh, that's nothing. But it is to me. But I wanted to check the bazaar, see if I can take a shortcut. Turns out I cannot. There's gonna invisibility past the rats that like to aggro everything. And we're gonna go beat up some spiders and wolves and bears again. Every time I do that, my divination skill gets a little bit better, so it gets easier and easier to do. So eventually, it won't be an issue. There are a lot of players out tonight. Look at all these people. Oh, also, I guess it has to be looted in Gorokar Mesa. Now the problem with that is, the only will-o-wisp that have a lightstone in Gorokar Mesa are allied to you. They're the ones that we've seen hanging around the trees and the ferries. So that's the thing. What the heck is this? Oh, mushroom. What the heck-o? Yeah. We should get the wolf skins, and the teeth, and the recluse fangs. Just by hunting these things. Yeah, we're okay. So I wonder why these spreaders are out and about. I don't remember seeing those there. I wonder if that's the thing. I'm obviously invisible, so they're not going to do anything to me. My character is... Need to be looking up so I don't get stuck into the water. Who likes touching the ground anyway? So we have confirmed there are no shortcuts that are reasonable. Because you might think, oh, I can just go by the silks, but if I do that, I won't have my mercenary or my spells. So I need to be careful about that. So let's see if we can... We can't turn into spider silk, but we can turn into spider legs. Spider legs. Yeah, 3 of them, I think. I dropped invisibility there. Yeah, someone's having a very bad day with those alpha wolves. You just gotta be careful. These are still green, so it's not like I'm losing anything by taking them out. It's when they turn gray and I don't get any experience points that becomes a real issue. Well, that's okay. We'll get the wolf teeth. Again. I think we need a supple thing. Yeah, supple wolf pelt. So we'll just need those two. My pet's losing its buffs. Guess what that means? It's time to rebuff him. Oh, by the way, we can still fail this quest. If we don't do everything right. This could go south anyway. Let me rebuff my pet. Because he doesn't have his haste or his or he won't soon. He doesn't have his proc. Also has him to do a whole lot of damage. This is a Spirit of Vermin. Of course that means we get another practice at the Endura Magic. Eventually it'll work every time. But we need to train in a school. My pet gets all the buffs because he doesn't share. He shares some of my stats, but not all of it. Plus, it helps me train my skills. But eventually, we'll get to the point where we don't need all these extra things in our inventory, and we can kind of clear things out. It's a fun game of inventory management, which everyone likes. By everyone, I mean nobody. Train this Endura Magic. $75 abjuration. Yeah, I think that's the only one I need. Thankfully, I don't even need that because we're not fighting magical creatures right now. Well, that's okay. So we will reapply Spirit of the Wolf to our wolf cat. It should refresh the duration. Yeah, that's what I mean. Refresh my duration. We do need to do bears too, so we'll take out the beers. I'm nowhere near weight cap anyway. So if I carry a few extra things for a while, it should be okay. I've got some inventory space. By some, I mean not really. Just the way it is. That's only the alpha wolf that'll really catch you off guard here. So technically, if you think about the spider silk and the prices they're going for now, we're not just giving spider silk to this guy, we're giving him like 500 platinum worth of spider silk. You know what? I just got a weird hunch. I bet there's some spider silk for sale on these vendors up here. It wouldn't surprise me if other players just jumped to spider silk on the vendors. Let's just check and see. Because you see a lot of players adventuring. That means you gotta kind of figure out what vendor they're using. Obviously it's a wizard spell, right? spider silk. So I was kind of right. I was technically correct. Anyway, let's get to defeating creatures. We're not gonna level up if we just hang out. Which, while fun, can be kind of dangerous on a Bashir, because I've already started chewing through a lot of my stuff. Put these things up here. Just chow through my whistle wetters and my snacks. I'm gonna need a lot of spider silk. So good thing spiders are everywhere. So we need 5 for that one quest, and then we need to get a whole bunch for processing all these things. Alright, you know what? I have a feeling I'm going to get upset if I do this. So we're going to do things a bit old school. I'm going to kind of break the hero's journey path a little bit for my sanity's sake. We're going to go to the Karanas to farm our spider silk. Because you can do it this way, but I'm in Houghton Tent. This has its own click for some reason. We're gonna do this in a way that doesn't make me go insane. I'm gonna sell this. Don't think we need a spinneret. I think we need this. Spooder brains. We might need that sack. I think I'm not really sure what we need and what we don't. I don't think we need the shiny bear tooth. But alright, for the sake of my sanity, we're going to do things old school. I'm just going to run to the plane of knowledge. It'll run out the spell duration anyway. It'll reset. Well, while I'm here. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying. Okay, but we're going to go to the Karanas and do things old school because I can't be bothered to farm it this new way. I get it. You need spider silk. We're not going to buy it for 90. We're just going to do things my way. So if you ever run into this quest and you just don't want to deal with it, getting 1 spider silk every 4 or 5 spiders. New things. When I was growing up and I needed spider silk, I went to the Karanas and they dropped a lot of spider silk. So in theory, unless they change something, should still be a way to do it. It says I'm indifferent, but I don't know. Go to my little stomping grounds. Because I'm not going to be able to stomach this if I have to fight the stupid spiders for the next 5 hours. I'll fight my spiders. Because to make a long story short, spider silk is a newbie recipe. There are newbie spiders you can fight. And we are no longer stuck to the point where we have to loot them in the current zone. I don't think the zone has spiders, so it's not going to have spider silk. Running through the dire rats. They are dire and they are rats. See, if we got a light zone off this one, it wouldn't count because this quest has to be done in Gorokar Mesa. And the ones that drop it give you a faction hit. So you gotta be ready for when you actually do that. Because if you have bad luck on drop rates and you just don't get a light stone for a significant amount of time, you could be attacked by Wisp. And if you're trying to do these love quests, which suck to be honest, and you have Wisp attacking you and fairies attacking you, you have to go to near in the top left corner to fix your faction. And this is the whole thing. I've never seen it get that bad. But sometimes this game does double faction weeks or something to help the player base. But if you're on the hero's journey and you're doing that, and you're taking double faction hits for killing those wisps and those trees and stuff like that, it can hurt you. Like really bad. Well, our erudite foreheads are polished, so let's go to Qanos. Or Kanos, or whatever you newbies call it. I call it Qanos. Soft, not a key. That is not a K, that is a Q. Qanos. Qanos. So this is where I played when I was a baby. When I first got the game, this was my newbie yard. This is what got me into the game. He wasn't here back then. Tuval Weber was my buddy. He didn't exist back then. You just had this newbie area. And this is what I saw. And I loved it. He just walked around this very calm area. I'm falling in love with this game again. Help me. You saw Knoll Pups and Clicknicks. Now this is a Click Noble, which tells you that there's a society of these things. So you kind of wander around and you fight these Clicknicks. And you find these strange named gnolls. Like this is Jared Darkpaw. And every once in a while there'll be a gnoll named Fippy. And he looks just like this. He'll go bark, bark, bark. And he'll charge the gates. And at some point they got mad at the players killing the guards. So they made him super strong. So it's not as fun as it used to be. But it'd be like this gnoll, he'd just run down this path. And the guards weren't super strong back then. So he could take, he can get into the city. Now he doesn't do anything. Oh, actually, I think here he comes. So here comes Fippy. There he is. There is the man of the hour. So Fippy, he'll run down here, the legend as he is, and he will take on the city. He wants nothing more than to avenge Blackborough. You humans will pay for ruining our homeland. The family Darkpaw of the Sabretooth clan will slay you all. He's going for it. He wants to take down the city. There's nothing you can do. These guards weren't as strong as they used to be. You have trespassed long enough on Sabretooth land. So, yeah, he'd run down here. You know, the guards would probably chase him. He'd run down this hallway. No, he wouldn't. Where did you go? Hold on. Yeah, he'd go this way. So he'd run from the front gate. And then he'd despawn right here. You wouldn't actually see him in South Quanos. But I think he just ran down here and just despawned if he actually got through. So, you know, it wouldn't actually change the game or anything. But it was cool. Anyway. This North Quanos, unless I had to go buy some spells, you know, you'd sit at the front gate. You see Fippy run by sometimes. He's like level 5. He's not difficult. You'd defeat him yourself. But he'd run down that little passage. But down here, as a paladin, if I needed to buy spells, you go to the Temple of Life. I never found the Knights of Thunder until I got like more experience with the game. I think it was like level 15 or something when I actually finally found my guild leader. But I went to the Temple of Life. And we have a UFO. That strange UFO was where I don't remember him being here, but maybe it was. But this is where I got my spells back being my little Krana paladin. I'll go to the UFO to get my stuff, or I go into this building here. And I was like, okay, cool, that's where the paladin stuff is. I was wrong. My trainer was actually in South Quanos. Sorry, I'm just going on a little nostalgia trip. I'll do this again when I actually do a town kind of go over, just kind of like tell you about Quanos. But this guy, this stinker, another rat, he's a corrupt guard. He's actually a Shadow Knight. And I got to the point where I turned into enough Null Teeth and was famous enough where he would harm touch my paladin. And my paladin did not have the hit points to survive that harm touch. Because he's level 50. My paladin was like level 20 or something like that. So I had to abandon Quanos because I couldn't get past Corporal Landcott. And then in Freeport, you had to fight Sir Lucan Delaire for your epic. And I lost my human towns. So I eventually ended up, long story short, going to Nuriak's foreign quarter. And for some reason, this paladin of Karana lived in the foreign quarter of Nuriak with the Dark Elves. Because that's the only place I could really go. This is docks. It used to be Wizard Guildmasters would attack you, and she's dubious to me. But if she was threatening or scowling, Wizard Guildmasters or just Guildmasters in general would attack you. They don't like me because I'm basically a shaman, and they think I'm uncouth. One of the rare erudites. There's an entire quest line, like I said earlier, where they want to build a bridge from Eridan to Quanos. They want to stop that. The erudites do. So it's a whole thing. But, hold on. I'm trying to find it for something very specific. And it has been a very long time since I've stomped these grounds. Where are you at, Zamel? So when this is the Warriors Guild. Every place had a little bit of PvP in it. I've never seen anyone use this place as seriously. But if you were a Shadow Knight, guess how you'd find your Guildmaster? You won't. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna not be able to walk around on this character. But if you wanted to find your guild as a Shadow Knight, you get a very vague note that tells you to follow the bones. So there's bones down here. You have all these little things. You had to follow the bones in a literal sense. You go through here, you follow the bones, you go to this empty room, follow the bones, there's a hidden wall that goes to the sewers. First time I saw it as a paladin, I was like, you know, we get a UFO, they get to go down to the sewers. It's just so much of this town. An invisible wall in an online MMO? When is the last time you've seen that? It's like, this game has so much soul to it. Like they care, you know? But anyway, when you first started, back in, you weren't here. I know you weren't. There's like none of these. This is where you spawn. This guy here, as a human, you spawned here. Like if you started in Kranos, this is where you started. And this guy is the first place I died. And his quest is to find his lost daughter and stuff like that. So imagine if I had pressed enter and I'd typed hail. I learned about this guy's poor daughter, which unfortunately she has passed. Through a gelatinous cube nonetheless. But this is where my first character died. This is where my body rotted. So everybody for a week saw my first character's corpse sitting right in front of Zamel. I never found a way back. But this is where, you know, and what's funny is, this is right next to the bank. So if I had ever gone to the South Kanos bank within that 1 week to deposit gear and stuff like that, I'd have found my body. But I just didn't. I was just sitting out there in the North Kranos yard. I recovered. I was just like, you know, we're going to make this work. And I did. So, yeah. This was my old stomping grounds until I turned in just one too many null teeth. And I dropped into threatening with the corrupt guards. But I got a lot of love for this town. This clock is cool, but it doesn't actually work. It's just kind of a thing. A lot of the guards don't say anything. It's just for flavor. But yeah, when I actually do a thing on this town proper, it's I'll show off like the Knights of Thunder and stuff like that, and all the buildings. Because this was a really cool town back in yonder day. It still is. They're showing everyone at Crescent Reach now just to kind of keep the population together, but everyone still plays solo, so I'm not really sure what your goal there was. But we'll go past the newbie yard. Fippy made this game kind of amazing. I hear him. I see him in the text. There you are. Go get him, Fippy. Show this town who's boss. He never gives up, and neither should you. If you want to be inspired by somebody, look up to Fippy. He's level 3. He doesn't stand a chance to get these cards. He knows he doesn't. But he never gives up. He just keeps on going. Good on you, Fippy. Good on you. Oh, also, speaking of invisible walls, there's a thing here. That's where the Princess Clicknick is hiding. And this kind of blew my mind because this was the first invisible wall in this game I found. So just because you see, you know, walls, there's usually more to an area, so it's always good to explore. But this goes down to the why are you in the water? Oh. This goes down to the sewers, so if you wanted to, you can go train at your spell. If you're a Shadow Knight Necromancer, etc., you get down there and train your skills. But like I said before, my guild as a paladin is called the Knights of Thunder. This is great at Stormhand. So there's a paladin here with his two-handed sword, looking at a hidden wall where you get down to the sewers to train as a Shadow Knight. I don't think he's hostile, but I think that means he doesn't say anything when you hail him. But I think it's just kind of like a neat touch. Like the paladins here is like, I see evil people going through that wall. There's something amiss there. So it's just like these little visual cues. The game doesn't tell you that there's an invisible wall there. It just kind of wants you to kind of think. Remember, back then there wasn't any maps. So I didn't have this, you know. Like I can tell you back here, there's a monk here. If you send him back to, if you walk him down to the Monk's Guild, he'll reward you a little bit of faction, if I remember. Yeah, there he is. If you're evil, he won't follow you. What? You knowing how we feel about you and your reputation, not to mention the grief you cause Master Lu's son, you would act as my friend? Leave me alone. So even though I'm apprehensive, I think you have to be indifferent or higher. So I remember my old paladin, he was naturally a good character, even though he got chased out of town. So he'd tell about the monks, and the monks liked him. He couldn't use any monk gear, but I always liked talking to Tomer when I saw him. I think the only way to get your faction up with the corrupt guards is to give some guy out in the Karanas Blackborough Stout or money, or I don't know. I never really cared too much. But this little square, stop that. This little stop. Cease. Anyway, this little square was we didn't know it was a square back in the day. We just kind of saw the strange new land. But this square had so much wonder for a lot of us. You just come out here, you see a monk and a guard, and I think he's corrupt. I don't really remember. You can't tell the corrupt guards and the normal guards apart. You know, they're just humans with different viewpoints. But that's a problem when one of these humans want to attack you for being here, being a paladin. Now, Nash is a good guard. Has to be a bad guard. No, wait. I'm being stupid. Hold on. I just conned what's his face. Wildfire Moors with the bazaar. Oh, whatever. EverQuest. Quanos Guard. Corrupt Quanos Guards. Where are you at? So the corrupt ones are dubious, which means the other ones are apprehensive. So Nash is a good guard. Leopold is a good guard. Yalron is a corrupt guard. It's a stupid way to tell, but... So these are corrupt guards, and they're hassling this town. So these sayers are vendors, if I remember. Yeah. Because I remember selling stuff to them back if I got tired of hunting. This is kind of the old wolf models. I like it a lot. There's the old rat models, which I think are cute and kind of better than the Plague Bringer and stuff we saw in the new zones. No offense. There's also a lady named Holly Windstalker out here, which if you attack the animals and she sees you attack the animals, she'll assist the animals. But she can see you from further away than you can see her. So if I attack this, or if I attacked a wolf, and she was like way over here, she'd see you and she'd attack you. But she randomly patrols around, so I don't know if we'll see her. But if you were just like a newbie and you were, you know, playing around for the first time, all of a sudden this ranger came out and just defeated you really quickly. Because I think she was like level 25, and you know, this isn't in your zone. Like this is like what, level 4, level 5, and here comes this level 25 ranger. Just comes in and just barrels you over. She's from Surfall Glade, but I need to focus on spiders. Going on a huge nostalgia trip. I knew it might happen, but past the point, you don't want to stop yourself. Those wisps drop light stones and greater light stones. Greater light stones teleport for you platinum. That's not that big of a deal nowadays, but a huge amount of platinum back then was enough to buy your spells and stuff like that. That's the bear model I grew up with. If I played a Beast Lord Ogre, I get one of these cute little bears. So I might actually... Hold on. Do the blood sabers not... Oh, I can go down into the sewers. Because the blood sabers are dubious. Yeah, I think it's just barely. So these are good guards at the guard tower. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's like the guards being corrupt and stuff doesn't really matter till it matters. And they're attacking you. And you're wandering around the game without a map, and you're like, okay, my home city is now hostile to me. Do I have to go to the dwarves to train in paladin skills? Do I have to go to the high elves to train in paladin skills? Okay, sure, go to Castle Mistmore to level up your character. Where you fight dark elf vampires. And you're like, okay, great. Vampires, are they undead? No, there's like a very small graveyard where a few of them are actually undead. But have fun, champ. And it turned out I actually did have fun. I also went to the Estate of Unrest, which was just pure undead almost everywhere. It's just, that's the whole thing. Now this place is another big square. Well, this is a square that you easily get lost in. So I gotta remember where these spiders are. Which I think I need to go one more zone. Hold on. What I'm looking for is a zone in. There's a place called South or Split Paw, I think. Yeah, I think I need to go one more zone. But imagine going out here, you have no map, you're leaving, you don't know what's out here. You see a little bit of people over there, they're called Corona residents. They have a different faction from Quanos and stuff like that, so you may be a hero in Quanos, but these Corona residents are just like, well, we don't know you. You know, there's a... By the way, these guard towers, they don't actually help you fight the monsters. When I was a newbie, I found that out the hard way. So unless they change something, they still won't help you. It's very unlikely you run into a situation where you hunted out here like level 10 or something like that. But if you ever do at level 10, and you didn't do the tutorial, you did it the old way, those guards don't help you. I have learned the hard way. When I was almost 2 decades ago, I still remember those guards didn't help me. They let me die. And I was upset. It was easy to find my body because I was at a guard tower. I was like, well, if you're going to be a guard, why are you not guarding? And there's just a whole lot of stuff here. Wandering Scarecrow. That's a new model. That wasn't an old creature. Yeah, it's a new model thing that was added at some point. You are new. Stranger danger. You got bandits and farmers. So even though it says it's a farmer, it's a bandit. So this is a bandit house. If you have a sharp eye, you realize when we were fighting those mucktail gnolls for a little bit, we got some Corona Bandit faction plus, but I got attacked. My invisibility wouldn't work here. It's just because these are dead monsters. I see a purple wisp, which now has piqued my interest. So I don't know what that was about. Why do they put scarecrows out here? A wandering spirit stops and flashes brightly for a moment. It seems to be regarding you with interest. I wish I knew what to do with you, but I don't. So we'll continue to, yeah, this is kind of what I was looking for. These are just giant spiders. Wow, 2 spider silk. Imagine that. With no issues. There's a paladin out here. Just doing paladin things. But he's level 70, so he's obviously a new monster too. So I don't really know what he's for. I'm sure he's for something. Kind of doing the old school experience. And this is what you would see when you played this game back in the other day. Didn't have these stupid scarecrows. It was just an empty place where you'd occasionally find a lion or a spider. But there are camps around. So you would eventually find things. But what was really scary out here is there's a monster called a hell giant. And he had a long aggro range. And if you were wandering around here fighting these monsters at like level, let's see, 10, 12, I guess you'd be out here. 13 maybe. And you see a hill giant or a griffin. You know, they'd occasionally appear. And they were much stronger than anything else in the area. So you had to be real careful. Because if you go down, you have to run back to your corpse, and your items are still going to be on your body. So wherever you were, you have to do it again, but without your armor. It's like Ghosts and Goblins. That's an old one. I recognize that bounce anywhere. So there were scarecrows out here originally. They look like this. They didn't look like that new stuff. So I think these are old school. And that's the jacket scarecrow I'm familiar with. They go hee 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 hee. I'm guessing this is a. There's probably some quest they put in there on their website. Like, hey, go here, fight these weird looking scarecrows, and participate in Halloween. So that's not how things would normally look, but it's probably because we just got a Halloween. But I like those scarecrows. Those bouncy little friends. One more zone over. I think that's where the spiders are. You wouldn't think to go out here because it's a very wide open space. And if I didn't go on a nostalgia trip, we'd probably already be there. There's no real point to being, you know, friends with the bandits. But if you kill enough Mucktail Knolls and Crescent Reach, you can get to like Dubious and stuff like that with these. So they wouldn't attack you anymore. But by the time you get out here, they won't attack you anyway. So it's like, yeah. But you never know. Sometimes taking out a few bandits might be fun. Or if you're role-playing a rogue where you want to be friends with the Corona bandits. And go out here and just wait for a hill giant to randomly pass over you on accident. I kind of wanted to see a hill giant so I could kind of show you what I was talking about. The spider. I knew I'd find you if I looked hard enough. How dare you? I demand silk. Now what you do is you defeat the other bears and stuff like that to free up spawn spaces. And that'll spawn more spiders. But Yeah, I wonder when's the last time somebody actually walked down to these places. Yeah, I'm doing a good job of showing all the hero's journey, I know. Chrono merchants. Spider. I had a feeling. Ooh, 2 spider silk. Oh, look, that's like 200 platinum if I wanted to sell like that vendor. It's Spinner. He spins. He doesn't stop. Spin around the spinner. Spin around the spinner. Hi, spinner. Spin, 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 spin. Okay, I'm bored. Random fire beetle. Level 2. Level 2 fire beetle. Doing fire beetle things. We should be going to high pass. But instead of being goofy. Spider. More spiders. Spiders in the Coronas. This is where I got spider silk back in the day. I don't need to do all that other nonsense. 2 spider silk at a time. Give me the spider silk. I'm not gonna fight 5 in a row for no reason. Yeah, I don't get experience out here, but this is how we did things old school. Methods probably lost to time, to be honest. Old school farming. The more things that change, the more things that stay the same. You know, somewhere out here there's some gnolls. Like with split paw gnolls. I remember getting a faction off of them. See, if this was our destination, we'd be taking out the wolves and the bears so we can free up spawn points for the giant spiders. Which I don't think we're going for those, but I'm going to go to North Corona, which we'll be there soon. There's a big square, isn't it? Now imagine getting lost out here. There were people, because we didn't have maps back then, that could walk around the Coronas and be like, oh, I know where we're at. We should go this way and we go to North Corona or to Canos or something like that. But as a newbie, you'd be like, this was a very easy place to get lost in. I'm on top of Yiz Pond. Who's Yiz Pond? Pond, way, way, way. Pond, way, way, way. Alright, I'm going to assume, they have lost their marbles. I didn't see a hell giant, so I wanted to show that. Maybe it'll be in the next zone. Do 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 do. I get turned around? No. I'm also looking for spiders. This is how we did things back in yonder day. We went to the Coronas to get our spider silk. It was very easy to get lost. You just run around, walk around, swim around, crawl around, and look for spiders. So we're around the northern plains of Corona. There's South Corona, which I don't think we'll need to go to. We go to East Corona too. Now you got barkeeps out here if you ever wanted to do that. This is an EverQuest line. Is that not clear or what? I gotta remember what's in South Carolina. Hold on. Yeah, South Carolina might be where we need to go because of where Split Paw is. Hold on. One we need is right off of a Split Paw. No, we don't need to go there. Yeah, we need to go east, Corona. I'm being obtuse. I had it right the first time, I remember. A little gypsy camp out here. Yeah, Silver was. I never actually went out here because I was a little scaredy cat. I think by this time I'd already gone to like Unrest. But this is a place where you could sell if you were so inclined to keep up the journey. My Spirit of the Wolf has run out. We'll need to fix that. Well, I can play with you know how it is normally. I imagine when you're watching this and you want to cross a plane like the Corona, it isn't actually a big zone. So I think this is the guy that gets you up corrupt faction. Hey, I have some black powder sour for sale. Stand over 5 gold to give you a bottle of it. Don't get caught though because it's considered contraband. Antonius don't like it being smuggled and all, but what does he know anyway? So you give him 5 gold and he'll give you some corrupt guard faction. So that random guy that's just walking around the plains, that's how you fix your corrupt guard faction. Just take my word for it. It's something I know from experience. And get your character a bit of alcohol too while you're at it. I think if you turn the Whiteborough Stout in somewhere else too, there's more to that quest. But as far as getting corrupt guard faction up, you just do that. Squire Wimbley. He tells you to go speak to Sir Morgan. Hello, good to meet you. The road ahead is full of all sorts of nasty creatures. How are you? I talked to Sir Morgan. So yeah, we're kind of where we need to be. So we've passed to Eastern Plains of Corona. And there are spiders everywhere. And this is where I got most of my silk. Being level 50 is a lot easier than back in the day. And I got some halfling parts off of him. And I can use that in a trade skill. Which means that I can make halfling stew without defeating halflings and damaging my faction. So it's kind of unironically pretty cool. So I remember doing it out here, kind of because this path to High Pass Hold is where you'd find the spiders at. So we're going to clear up some spawn points, because the spiders can't spawn if there's other monsters in the area. So there's Sora Morgan, that person's friend. I think they'll guide you to the area. They won't protect you. You've got to kind of take care of yourself. And basically, all we do is the old-fashioned way. Taking out wolves and spiders. Where have you seen this before? Oh, what is that? 4 spider silk? Compared to 1? 2 spider silk? Compared to whatever that garbage was? Yeah, these are the gnolls I was talking about earlier. Get some good faction taking out these guys. For the glory of Zek, attack! You will do nothing, sir. So I've lost 105 Mucktail Gnoll faction. They didn't like me anyway. But I got High Pass Guard faction, Corona Residents, and Corona Bandits. So these 3 random gnolls sitting next to High Pass can help you out with your faction issues. So if you were so inclined, you can fight them while you farm for everything else. And yes, defeating all the other monsters is kind of necessary to get the spiders going. You don't have to loot the corpses. The timer starts when the monster is defeated, but still. So I think he took out the other gnoll while I was doing things. This is his weapon. This used to be a pretty cool weapon. You just kind of dual wield snake things. And there are some spiders. So they have an option to spawn this kind of spider or the other spider. But as far as farming a spider silk goes, you can just they do the same thing. So we're at 24 now. The thing is, if you leave and you want to come back, it takes a minute to get back here, but that's okay. Now this is spider silk farming. I don't know what they were thinking with the method they wanted you to use over there. This spot here is the spider silk farm spot. You just take these guys out. I have given you forbidden esoteric knowledge of how to farm spider silk. That is my gift to you this stream. These words used to be part of crafting magic spells instead of buying them in the plane of knowledge. Look down here for some creepy crawlies. There's one. There you go. For spider silk. You have completed Get the Broom. I now deal bane damage to these spiders. Didn't have bane damage back in the day either, but I'll take it. I'm guessing those are for some bard quest. We deliver mail, which is about as exciting as it sounds. But you know, if you want to explore, you might as well deliver mail to people. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen that waterfall. Opening up those spawns so I can get my spider silk. But yeah, this used to be where you'd go to get your stuff. These are actual farmers. Barbarians used to be really rare. You see them only in certain places. Oh, I got problems. I got massive problems. I have stupidly high problems. So what just happened is that's a very high level monster. And this is kind of what I was talking about with the zone. Even if you know what you're doing, you know, if you run into a situation like this where, you know, what faction are you on? So I'm gonna guess it's the Dark Reflection, which would make sense that I'm not on good terms with because I'm a good class. What's really funny is my Dark Elf Cleric seems to be on least dubious terms with most towns, except for like the really good places like the barbarians and the elves. But good characters always run into situations where there's just one random really powerful bad guy just wandering around. Fortunately nowadays you don't have to drag them all the way to the zone. And I really don't need to buff my pet. I need to give him Spirit of Wolf. Sorry, buddy. Anyway, back to the farming. Note to self, don't go to the Barbarian Village. Barbarian Village is like 99% of the time safe, but it was not safe that time. That scimitar only sells for like nothing. We don't really need buffs out here. We just need to be careful. And fight those spiders. So for like a platinum. It's not gonna hurt anything. Got 3 spider silk. There's a paladin over there. I don't know if they'd fight each other, but it's always kind of a thought. So while I ran into that evil gnome, if you were playing like a Shadow Knight or something, there's a paladin wandering around. So that's kind of the danger of this zone. Like in the Kanos Hills, you had Holly Windstalker that would fight you if you were fighting, you know, animals. Got a paladin wandering around. I just had to deal with a evil gnome, which is probably a gnome rogue. So because I'm playing a good character class, so that's just kind of what you have to deal with. You just have to not panic, kind of be aware of your surroundings. And if for some reason you were able to avoid all of that, then you would still have to deal with the hill giants and the griffins and stuff like that, which I'll probably see at some point. My character's strong enough to deal with a hill giant and a griffin, but if you imagine if you were of the appropriate level, you know, you're like level 13, 15, and that gnome or that paladin or a hill giant came, you would be in a lot of trouble. So that's kind of a thing. We got 38 now. We spent a lot less time doing this since, you know, we would have otherwise. Wow, 5 spider silk on 1 drop. Imagine that. Imagine how that would have been if you did that at the stupid Gorkar Mesa. And things like that, it's just like, how is a new player supposed to know to come all the way out here to find this really nice spider silk area? They wouldn't. Would you have guessed? Mr. Microphone, would you have guessed? No, you wouldn't have. Yeah, I try to play it off and be nice at first, but nah. You need spider silk. Come out here. We're Eastern Plains of Karana. This area is where you need to be. Defeat the monsters around so you can open up the spawn spots and just take out the spiders as they come. It is way more worth it than spending 95 platinum a piece on these dumb spider silks. This is kind of why I got mad. I was like, no, this is what you need to do. Wow, 400 platinum in 1 kill. Wowie wowie. Assuming people would buy it in the first place. This is what you do. You just take out these things. Open up the spawn points. You don't have to loot the bodies. I will take the meat just because. A lot of high quality cat pelts. There you go, the Chasm Crawler. Say hello to the Paladin that's wandering through. Woe to those of evil constitution. Don't accidentally attack the Paladin. That would be an issue. Oh, by the way, Paladins in this game have a spell called Lay on Hands. So, if you successfully get a Paladin down to like no health, he can fully heal himself. Every Paladin has this ability. The guards in Felwith, they have the ability too. Some people still farm them. But yeah, and there's a spider. I see one down there. This is still faster than anything else. Get some more faction for our character. Fighting the 3 gnolls again. It's like I knew nobody would be out here. 5 spider silk. Wow. Get out of here. Fight the chief again. Knock him out. He's running away. Get off my spider. That's my spider. Look at that. Look at that there. And if I do this a few more times. Oh, that's a jip. The crowd of bandits won't be afraid of me anymore. I got EverQuested. Come here. Freeing up the spawn nodes. So I get my spiders. There's one. Yeah, if you come out here and you don't know about the placeholders, that could also be a thing too. Because these spiders won't spawn unless you take out the other monsters around. So this would be sitting here looking for spiders and they'd be like, why is there no spiders out here? You have to take out the monsters around. Because how EverQuest works is there's kind of like a grid that says, okay, this monster can spawn here, this monster can spawn here. Sometimes this monster spawns here, so rarely. You know, it goes like that. So if there's something already in the area, it's like, okay, that's fine. And it just doesn't spawn anything else. So you gotta kind of wiggle it around a little bit. I'll talk to Gorge Hound. I'm getting EverQuested here. Most of the loot I'm getting isn't really worth anything. But that's okay. You know, technically I could just malaria everything. Just cast malaria. That takes a whole lot of mana though. But every one of these wolf spots could be a spider if we just believe in them. But you just gotta believe. Do you believe in these spiders? How much silk do we have now? 61. We're gonna get more just in case. Because you can fill these recipes. Yeah, look at all these things. Get out of here. You are not welcome in my world. We want a world of spiders. Everywhere, spiders. Be gone from this place. Oh, I'm out of space. There is no more room in my inventory. Get rid of some of this junk. Sure, we'll drop it on the ground. There is a spider. Thank you for greeting me today. That's a jip. My life has been ruined. There is no more happiness to be found ever. Ever again. None at all. Pure gloom from now till the end of the world. Life is hopeless. Life is meaningless. A world destined for ultimate despair. Look at all these not spiders. How dare they not be spiders? What is this? Whatever they are, they think I'm a... Oh, they're just bandits. They think I'm a threat. And to be frank, they're not wrong. That should have been enough time for things to respawn. I guess technically you can come over to this side too. I just like using the other side. But yeah, these cliffs are just spider heaven. It's a good place to send spiders to heaven too. Where's my spooters? If you ever wanted to know reference to, this is a high pass hold, or high hold pass, or pass hold high, but it's at the base where the path starts. And that's how you know you're in the right place. Look, a spider. Imagine that. Hello, friend. I got one spider silk. I thought I saw somebody. It was my imagination. Spiders. Come to me, spider. Do. 5 silk. Let's see. And there's the hill giant. So imagine you're here at a low level, and this big boy just like rolls up on you, which he is literally doing right now. So we killed. He's level 37. I can get experience points from him. And he has decided that I am a good meal. So something that's what, 3 times your level at this point just decides it's time for you to go down. That's another consequence of freeing up those spawn points, because a hill giant can spawn, and he has spawned. So this is why Corona is dangerous. You can be doing something simple, just like fighting monsters in your high hold pass, and all of a sudden, here's a hill giant. Here's a griffin. Exactly what happens. I 10 platinum for you, though. So while I'm able to easily defeat him, imagine being here when you're supposed to at level appropriate times. And that guy just goes, "Hey, your free trial of life has ended." And things aggro you from further away if they're higher level than you. So this giant may be down here, and your character may be up here. And all of a sudden you see that giant running, and you see you're in the target screen, and you're like you're in first person, assuming you see it. You know, you just fight that spider, you just fought him, and you're like looking there. You look down, there's this hill giant just barreling up the hill towards you. He's not stopping for anything. You take a few steps back, but it doesn't matter. He's on you. So you run here, you get stunned, your character spins around, and the last thing you see is hill giant feet. And now you're like, okay, you don't have your armor anymore. You gotta go back and get it. Where did you go die at? Somebody asked. I was near High Old Pass. So they start looking around these cliffs. And unless somebody killed the giant while you were gone, which they will do because they drop a lot of money, they're worth killing. Like even nowadays, they're worth killing. I got 10 platinum off that guy. It's just it made the game fun. Because it wasn't just mindless fighting monsters. It was always, okay, this could turn very poorly at any moment, so I'd have to, be careful. Do I want to stay out here for another 30 minutes and fight monsters? Do I want to clear up all these spawn points? Because there's a real risk to it. Just because you want spiders doesn't mean that hill giant doesn't want you. So there's just a whole lot of things. More spiders. If you're an evil class, there's a paladin sitting right down there. I found out the hard way that the gnome for the evil version is still by the barbarian camp. 4 spider silk compared to the 1 every 4 or 5 spiders, which was honestly getting ridiculous. I'm surprised I tolerated it as long as I did. What are we up to? 76. You can fail, that's why I'm getting more than I need. Because I don't want to get exactly what I need and then fail and then have to come back. We're doing this once and not again. Wow, 6 spider silk. Could you imagine that? Game? Could you imagine giving me a decent amount of things? It's ridiculous, isn't it? Like, yeah, if you know what to do, this game's not that bad. But it has its moments. And they start in Gorakar Mesa. Modern problems require old school solutions. I don't know what that is. Why do I need sensor dust? Where's my spooters? I think we need some more spooters, game. Give me my spooters. I'm gonna go to a loom and start making some stuff. Do one more run for the spooters. And we're doing this all because Fairy doesn't want to talk to the satyr. Are things we do for love. Okay. That might be all we need. Do one more spider. So I now will do 2 more spiders. So they were selling spider silk for 100 platinum. And I just came out here and just barreled 84. Or 87. It didn't take me long at all. You know, in kind of retrospect to what it would have taken if I did it for the one quest. But that's okay. Spider destroyed. I get one more because I want to go with a flat 90. Can I get a flat 90? And if you noticed earlier, those gnolls were attacking the wildlife. That's the cycle that spawns to kind of get a hill giant going. So, if you're wondering why they were attacking each other, they're just kind of being sneaky. Oh, guess what? It's a griffin. For some reason, this griffin thinks I'm nice to it. So I'm going to take advantage of that to show you what a griffin looks like. This is the griffin we grew up with when I was a baby player. To me, this is a griffin. Isn't that a thing of beauty? Well, it's nice to me, because I guess I have the same privilege as rangers and druids as a beast lord. Most people are hostile to this griffin. So this thing's even harder to see than the hill giant because the hill giant is big. So this is the other creature that can sneak up on you and just eat your face. So You'd imagine you'd just be hunting outside of Hyrule Pass, just farming spiders or something like that. Or just generally adventuring. What a tease. But then all of a sudden, because if you're going from Quanos to Freeport, you have to walk this path. And anywhere along this path could be hill giants or griffins. Or something can go wrong. You know? Something can absolutely go wrong. So I wonder. It's not going to say it on the map because they probably didn't think about it. Sometimes they have a... Yeah. They didn't say it on the map. There's nothing on the map, but they have a loom here. Oh. I'm pretty sure this worked at one point. Hey, let's free up some inventory space. Come here, Bradley. Oh, and also back in the day... Okay. This is still a drink. This is the cheapest you can get. 5 copper for a drink. But they used to go with muffins, which would be a meal. At some point they got demoted to being a snack, which is a tragedy. Most players have still not recovered from. I don't think we need the mandible. As funny as the halfling parts are, I think it's just taking up space in the inventory. We'll sell this. We don't need the rune. Pretty sure we don't need the bear heart. Don't need the bow. Don't need the dagger. Don't need the rattles. Don't need the old spell words. Pretty sure no one's gonna ask for a lion skin. For spellcasters, you know, that used to be a big deal to get these, you know, rune words and stuff so you can actually cast spells. But for warrior classes and stuff like that, they're just like, oh, free money. It sells to vendors. So as a spellcaster, it would always be worth it to kind of like check the vendors, kind of see if something had one of the spell components you needed. This farmer has been devoured by a lion. That's just not very nice. Be destroyed. So we have just witnessed a farmer being mauled by a lion. This is Paulina. I don't know what she does, but here she is. Hi, Paulina. I'm sure she's for something. Hey, it's Guard Beatrice. Hey, Guard Beatrice, did you know a farmer just got mauled? Are you just a flavor NPC? I used to think this looked really cool. People used to joke about the chainmail bikini. This is where it actually came from. I thought this was the coolest thing ever. Everyone got mad about it for some reason. You're wrong. It was cool. That is a very cool armor. I don't care what anybody says. I liked it. Because why would you play fantasy for realism? That's just... Why? Why do you do this? So unfortunately I don't see any more spiders. For about a few more seconds. Because all these spawn points, you know, this is a... You know, this could be a potential spider. Alright, I think we have enough. If we don't, we'll come back. But I don't think we'll need to. That would be very unusual. So we're going to go to the Plane of Knowledge. Because as far as new players go, they'd be like, this is a kind of way far out of the way, but it's really not. Loading, please wait. The things we do for love. Dum 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 dum. Spooky candies. I have walked through the campfire many, many times, but I never learned my lesson. I don't know why that rhymes, but it does. It does. They were really proud of Crescent Reach. But things like that Hill Giant and that Griffin, they kind of spiced up the game. Because if you look at like new players, when they play like their MMOs, they walk a place and they just fight a monster and they just sit there for like ages. Especially games like, I don't know, most of them. Let's go upstairs. The solution is looming in front of us. Yeah. Yeah. Go up to the trade skill area. See if I can find a loom. Think I just passed it? Nope. Loom. So my quest now is to create 4 spider silk thread. Search recipes. Go to S. Not see it. Spider silk thread. Search recipes. Don't see it. Thread. Well, that's not it. So you go to a thing, you can't find the recipe you need. So what do you do then? You go to that recipe she gave you. First you should make yourself a silk spider silk. Take 8 spider silks and spin it into spider silk thread. So we can't actually find it on the thing. So you go to experiment and you take 8 of these threads, one at a time, with the game not telling you this. Do it one at a time. 3, 4. This is an old school game. Back before I got the feature bloat, this was kind of more intuitive. But it throws a whole lot at you, and it's just like I don't see people talking about waypoints anymore. You can do waypoints. And I failed to make it. That's why we got extra. So we need to do 4 of them. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to risk it. We're going to my class trainer. Because I don't feel like doing this. Where's my class trainer? What I'm going to do, some may consider it cheating, but I don't feel like fidgeting with it on a record like this. We can give ourselves a little boost. We go to our class trainer. Where are you at, lady? Cat. Cat. Tailoring. Give me points. We're going to decrease the chance of my failure as much as I can. Well, we're just going to go up to 50, but you get the idea. Oh. Okay, you have more skill than I. What could I possibly teach you? You stinky lady. Okay, so we only get to go up to 20. Well, that should give us more of an advantage than we had. And looks like our Spirit of the Wolf is running out. It's not going to solve everything, but it should make this a little less painful. Angry sad face emoji. XRs are a good class. For most, like, if you're playing a Necromancer and you're in Lich form, the XR natural regeneration will keep you from being basically poisoned while you're in that form. So there's a lot of good with Necromancers and XRs. And they're good monks too because they have a natural armor class. But some people see them as the end-all be-all, and it doesn't have to be. So now we're going to, with our 20 tailoring, we're going to fail the rest of these and lose everything we've accumulated. Oh, by the way, after I do this, I can fail at any point of the quest. Well, that's EverQuest for you. But that's why I was sitting. I was like farming those spiders in like Gorkar Maze, and I'm like, dude, I know I can fail this quest, and this is not going to fly. So we failed that one too. 90 platinum per one of these spider silks, by the way. It is all up to a coin toss. And even better if you get to master level and you have your you know, trade skills maxed, you can still fail. There we go, I got one spider silk thread. And we got a skill point up too. When we're doing this on my cleric, I was I think I had about a similar amount of skills. I don't remember spending too much time out there. But I was just like, you know what, why am I doing this on my cleric? I know there's better spots to do spider silk. Like, it's one thing if you don't know, but if you know, then why? So this is the natural conclusion of that. Do 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 do. Everyone's all crazy. Oh god. Okay. Failed that one. This is why we grabbed extra. I'd probably gotten the same result if I didn't train, but why not do that? I'll tell you why. Because on Freeport, when you get your trophy quest, depending on your skills, depending on how hard the recipes you need to make is. So it's good to keep it low until you get your trophy. Does the game tell you about that? No. Well, that's okay. Just remember, Dorina loves you. Well, she really loves Simon, but I'm going to say Dorina loves you for my sake. I'm going through all this trouble for this dumb fairy. Game. You don't like me and I don't like you. Just cooperate with me for a second. I will go back out there and I will destroy the entire Corona for these spider silks. Don't doubt me. The end is nigh. You just haven't realized it yet. Now imagine if I bought all of this from the vendor earlier and I failed all these combines. Do you realize how much that would hurt my character? I was looking at that, I was like, nah. But no, we should have enough. This should be do what I need to do. That's why we grabbed so many. I saw this coming. Foresight. Alright, kill again. See, one more. There we go. Okay. So create one spool of spider silk thread using trade skills. This one might be on the thing. Spool. Nope. Hold on. I got a brain for a second. Once you have the thread, use a recluse spider finger bobbin and spin 3 spider silk threads onto it to make your spool spider silk thread. By the way, we can fail this, by the way. Once you have the thread, use a recluse spider fang as your bobbin. So we should have a recluse spider fang. So we'll take this. I gotta make sure I do this right, because this will set us back if I don't. Once you have the thread, use a recluse spider fang. Wait. Use a recluse spider fang as your bobbin and spin 3 spider silk threads onto it to make your spool spider silk thread. So I need 3 of these. One, 2, 3. Excellent. Great. 4 wolf canine beads. So I do need to go and get more snake fangs and stuff like that. Hold on. Big brain time is happening. Okay, so let's get the pieces first. Which again, by the way, this could fail at any time. You gotta get it all over again. Okay. It's not an easy quest, but Dorina loves you. Just remember that. And this is why Gorokar Mesa is such a departure from the other quests. But fortunately, the higher the tailoring goes, the more this fails and messes up, the easier it'll be to kind of fix it. Do owlbears hoot or roar? So we need to get those snake fangs. Do, 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 do. So we've got some random things. Probably need to clear out some inventory, to be honest. We can do that in Gorikar. Because if I remember right, we had some teeth on one of the vendors. But at the same time, we do need to fight these anyway. And a lot of it is random loot. I think next we'll fight some mesa snakes. I didn't used to. It used to be Priest of Discord would just flag you for player versus player combat. So that was a big change at one point. Yeah, I need to buff my pet first, don't I? Load our buffs before we get into the monster beating. We need those wolf canines. But I guess some people might like that this is, you know, it's kind of a deviation from just fighting monsters over and over again. But in the end, you're kind of still fighting monsters for the bits and pieces added on to, you know, losing things. This game sure tries you, doesn't it? There we go. Little by little, piece by piece. How many wolves must die for you to be satisfied, game? What did they do to you? And you can buy a sewing kit and keep it on your character, if that's what you'd prefer, but you're never really too far away from a loom. But some people just like having the trade skill things with them. And it's purely personal preference to my knowledge, unless they change something. But it's kind of sad to the point where it costs like 800 platinum for 5 spider silk. When no, don't do that. There's never a situation where you spend that much for a spider silk. Just go to the chronos, clear out some open spawns. Just do that. Never ever should you put yourself in that situation. You want some teeth? I don't think we need bear parts. Oh yeah, I guess we do. We gotta fight the bears too. Let's fight anything and everything. Get that experience. We got a lot of wolf teeth anyway. Yeah, we gotta fight bears too. I think the devs wanted to introduce you to crafting with these Gorokar Mesa quests. I don't think they remember how obtuse crafting can be. Especially when you have a chance to fail and you're dropping 1 spider silk per 5 spiders. It's not a cool game. A Mesa snake. I remember these being a little bit obtuse. My skills are going up, so that's handy. Snake down. We need a lot of these snake fangs, aren't we? Madu always needs more supplies. Forever and ever and ever. My warder took damage. Let's fix that. I do. I don't know why the snakes are so much stronger than the others. Kind of a little weird. Look at that snake. Badger, 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 badger. Mushroom, mushroom. Fighting them snakes. So large snake things what you need? Hold on. Yeah, large snake fangs from snakes. All these creatures can be found in Gorokar Mesa, so we are getting what we need. So checked and no problem here. Now we're right by the Tufane. We could be attacked at any moment. You want to fight Mesa snakes? How would you like a Tufane guard to attack you? Wouldn't that be great? Yeah. We do have spells that could dispel poison, but I can just heal through it. And it's just a simple solution. So that's a quest item of some sort of importance. So we'll take that pancreas and shove it down here. I don't remember your raw silver. I'll figure it out. Let me heal myself. I haven't had to use an online wiki yet. I'm just kind of going off memory most of the time. If I do need to do it, I will eventually succumb to the wiki. So all the information I have, you can obtain in-game. I have not used a guide yet. And we've gotten a good 30% of the level. Even though we're not like leveling a whole bunch during this stream, we are making progress. Slow and steady wins the race. But I'm not even racing, I'm just kind of sitting on the side of the road. Eating snacks. I heal myself. And pull the Mesa Snake. So I'm not near the guards. Because they will want my head. Because I've done the crime of existing. Which I'm pretty sure they're hostile to everybody. I do need snake fangs too, doesn't he? Yeah. We're gonna take some of our snake fangs to finish this quest. So we need more than I thought we did. We're gonna need a few. I'm sure there's a way to where, like, if you map out the quest to, like, gather them in the shortest amount of time. But there's ways to do it. I'm just going off memory, so my path may not be the most efficient. Just kind of showing you how it's done. I've gotten better at one-hand piercing. Like that. Loot 3 snake fangs. Have we not been looting snake fangs? Am I insane? Have we not been looting snake fangs? Have I become a greater fool? Greater than one can imagine. Loot 3 snake fangs from Mesa Snakes. Well, give me the loot then. large snake fangs from snakes. Oh, I lost my head. Oh, here's the players. Do. She doesn't know I know Elvish, so she's assuming I don't. Because on role-playing servers, if you remember, you can't talk to someone if they don't know your language. Most people aren't going to have done what I have. So she thinks she can't talk to me, but she can. Woo. I love other players in this game. There's a really good community. I do wish they had better spider silk drops. I'm unironically kind of mad about that. Let's get some more wolf fangs. Oh, she can't talk to me. She knows. We'll switch to Elvish. Do. Don't mind the chat. I don't want to be antisocial. This entire game runs on being social. So we need to defeat more wolves. When we do that, we'll see how many wolf canines we have. I'll try to complete that quest, part of Dorina's quest. And then we'll see if the mesa snakes have respawned. Let's give them some privacy. And we got an alpha wolf, which means they're going to spawn a bunch of minions on us. No, just attack. Yep, they're on the order. They're going to shred their hit points. It's kind of one of the situations where you'd be like, oh, okay. You'd prefer the pets to be attacking you. Because this here's a bit of a mana drain. So like we saw earlier with that one person that had trouble with their boxes. And they got defeated. Like I could barely keep up that caster. So imagine if you're a wizard and you don't know this thing's about to like spew 500 pets at you. Yeah, this could be very dangerous on certain classes. Very, very dangerous. I don't think we've seen a mother bear yet. It's kind of a rare spawn. But that's a mother bear if you were so inclined to see it. It looks just like a normal bear with a little cub. A smarter thing might be to do is sit down and meditate. Let's sell first. I have a share just chewing through things. Don't think I need crude silk, so let's free up some inventory spots. Don't think we need ruined. Hopefully that doesn't bite me in the tail. Some of this. A lot of cats out here. Just gotta point to that. Don't need thick silk. Thing is, I'm not sure what we need and what we don't need, so I'm like, hold on. No, we don't need feathers. I don't think we need random tailored pelts. Watch me be wrong, it wouldn't be the first time. I don't think we need eggs. That's purely vendor loot. Hold on to some of this stuff because I don't feel like double checking every single time. Actually, hold on. Reload your inventory for me, please. It might be worth buying that. I've already got 10. Eh. So if I buy this, are you going to give me credit for it? Or do I have to actually loot it? No, I have to actually loot it. Okay. Meh. That's a waste of 3 copper, but not a whole lot of money nowadays. Loot 3 spider thing. or snake fangs. Let's go ahead and sacrifice some of our silk to this demon. We call him Adu. I get 20% mana just going through all this silliness. Do 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 do. So we give 5 to him. He doesn't deserve it, but he does need it for his quest. And we give him 5 snake skins. Now we just need to knock out some more wolves, some bears, and get snake fangs, which apparently are a rare drop for some reason. But it specifically has to be a mesa snake. It can't be a diamondback snake. I really don't want to fight the mama bear in the cub. That feels mean. Actually, let's take a second. It takes 3 minutes total to get from 0 to 100. That's the way it's set up. So 3 minutes. 3 minutes is all I can spare. Let's read this while I wait. And spin 3 spider silk threads onto it. So what I'm curious about hold on, wait. Well, let's just gather a bunch of teeth first, and then we'll worry about the other stuff. When we finish this quest, it should give us a surplus of teeth, and that should make life a little bit easier. Because I think in the end we're going to need to go back and get more silk. And then I'm going to stick this stuff in the bank for my other characters. Because I don't... It takes a long time to build up characters, and for my cleric I think I saw stuff for the fishing quest. But... So I don't have to sit here with like for 4 hours and fish on Milton. And it calls him to assist. Yeah, there he goes. Spread some malaria. That's a nice thing to do. Got a shiny bear tooth, which is nice for money. So we got the medium quality bear skin. And give those to him. Get those out of inventory. This quest is worth it. Cough. Fight some more bears. Like if you were just fighting monsters just straight off all the time, it wouldn't be slowed down like it is right now. But yeah, it kind of slows down a bit if you're trying to do it on the hero's journey. But once you do it on a character, you don't have to do it again. So that might make you feel a little bit better about this. One time. Shiny bear teeth. A void soul possessed. I haven't seen this in a while. It has been a minute. We found the void soul. Now we can go sit in the corner where it belongs. Wow, they died for nothing. There is no reason to defeat them. You know, funny story, I used to think how often you hit the monster determined how the quality of the pelt. So I thought if you defeated the monster in one blow, you get a high quality pelt. And if you just beat on it a whole bunch, you'd get a low quality pelt. And I didn't understand the whole concept of randomly generated loot. I thought what you did affected if loot dropped or not. It's kind of in the same vein as, you know, if you were playing Pokemon, if you like held up and B on the thing, you think you catch Pokemon easier. But that turned out to be a farce. But, you know, it turns out it's just I don't know if it's... I'm pretty sure loot is determined when they spawn. Because that's how monsters have, like, swords and shields and stuff like that. You can see on their character. I think when they spawn, it tells you what they have. Alright, so we need to do a little bit more bear hunting. Then I can leave these poor creatures alone. Feels like all I've been doing is hunting like animals. Well, depending on if you consider a big sea an animal, which are kind of bee women. And that's a matter of perspective, I guess. Let's skip the mother bear. I don't feel like doing that. That feels mean. Let's just take out all these bears though. So one of them surely has what I need. Surely. Sure they'd aggro it onto me anyway at some point. Well, that one didn't. So I'll assist my pet for sake of ease. Turn it so my pet's no longer taking parries and reposts and dodges and all that jazz. As long as one of us are getting rid of free damage, we're usually okay. There we go. Dum, 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 dum. So now we can give this, and we don't have to fight any more bears. So what's funny is the map marker says that Rosala spawns inside the cave. And that's intuitive, but I've always seen her out here. I've never seen her in the cave. So it's like this is what your textbook says, and this is your real world experience. So figure that one out, Johnny Law. Where is Dim Domes? Come here, Matthew. That should be the last bear I have to defeat. No more bears. Take out these wolves, though. Madhu, the unsung singer of grinds. Take out as many wolves as we can until we get what we need. You know, it'd be kind of cool if you could just like parlay with the enemy, be like, I need these quest items. If you allow me to parlay with you, I can not do that anymore. I can spare your civilization. There's Phantoma, our quote-unquote rare spawn. Let's skip the Alpha Wolf for sake of simplicity. One thing I found funny, I was thinking about it, is Blightfire Moor doesn't have a map. Like if you remember when I showed you, unless you download a special map, you know, made by another player, Blightfire Moors has nothing. But Gorkar Mesa has a map. So I'd always come in like, what's up with that? Okay, so we have our wolf stuff. So let's go turn in the hopefully last of our problems here. Free my inventory space. Let it be done. I think. I just need 3 snake fangs. Why is it so obtuse? Yeah, I was being really smart about this trade skill stuff with the Dorina questline. I'd get my tailoring trophy. So I'm not doing things entirely efficiently. If you're wondering how to do your trade skill trophy, you go to Freeport, take the Freeport stone, and then don't go inside the city. Outside of the city proper, there's I think it's a halfling. I don't remember for sure. Don't quote me on that. But there's a lady out there, and she gives quests for trade skills. And there's one for everyone you can do. And you just, when you craft an item, you just equip the trophy. It makes it easier to make trade skill items. So, when you really get into it, definitely pick up those trophies. I'm not going to do it on Milton because he's not going to be that kind of character. But if you want to play this game seriously, don't overlook the trade skill trophies. I would go behind him, but I'm kind of worried. No, never mind. My fears have been realized. I might need to activate my mercenary for this. I'm still stunned. Let's see how we do. If I feel in danger, because I'm low on mana. See if I can pull through or not. Because the snake by itself was already an issue. So who's... Yeah. The pet has decided the guard is important. Oh. Okay, we need to activate our mercenary. We're gonna have troubles. For once, on the stream, we get to see our mercenary do things. This is the emergency situations I bring him for. These things don't always go to plan. And you can get dubious with them. You just, you fight things, the griffins and the spiders here, and that raises and the giants, and that raises factions with the two fanes, so you can get good with these guys, but, it just takes a minute. And fighting the guards is not going to help my case, it's going to make it take longer. They're already light blue, so... Well, worst case scenario, I can just, well, we should be able to, if they go gray, you know, I might move on, but we should be okay for the time being. They don't even drop anything, really. We do get credit with the Nest of the Wind Willow, but we're already doing okay with him anyway. It was kind of like not a big deal. With the mercenary, this becomes a joke, but if you were alone, didn't have your mercenary, this could be an issue. This is what the game looks like for a long time. I could cast slow, but I didn't start this battle with a whole lot of mana, and I don't feel like bothering with it. We'll just let our near mercenary deal with it. Snake's just having a field day. He's like, I finally got backup. I mean, I understand why guards don't have good stuff. Like these, it's just garbage. Like, I understand why, because you probably don't want people farming your city guards for good gear. But not even really that okay as pet fodder. There's no point in deactivating him until it's like close to, you know, running out of time there. He's gonna charge us regardless, but well, we got him. Might as well use him, right? See, I'm getting large snake fangs. Might as well take advantage. Get these snakes out of there. Give my mercenaries something to do. Whee! I'm stunned. There are snakes everywhere. Even in your underwear. I guess it'll be more like boxers nowadays or something. There's a solid snake, there's a liquid snake, there's a gas snake. I finally got a snake thing. Oh my god. Finally. After 5,000 years. Do. Look at all this loot. I get everything except for what I need. Every single item except for what I need. And the other thing type. Well, that's not really a shock. See if I can find more snakes. Give me the loot I need. We have seen it exist. We have looted one. That's the entire time since we've had this quest. We have looted one. Oh, what a mess. So all she wanted you to do was bring her stuff so she could make some things. Okay, we bought all these things. Surely there'll be no more problem. They're like, nah, you go make it. I might stop combat so I can let them buff us. Right now he's focused on keeping us alive. Because he'll use cleric magic. I'm halfway to level 51. We're making progress. Still nothing, eh? So I got a Defiant Charm. Oh yeah. Comes alive only when it rains or snows. I think there's a druid spell that lets it rain whenever, you know, you can. So I think there's a way you can do that, but I might just be imagining things wrong. Yeah, now he's buffing. I know he has a spell of counteract poison. I'm surprised he isn't using it. Cast your spells, sir. No, I better not bet a complete heal. See, he healed me for 84 damage, 75,000 over heal by complete heal. Yeah, it was because I was poisoned. Instead of using a counteract poison to dispel the buff. Now he's going to do it again. Now this isn't that big of a deal, but when it comes to relying on your mercenary for different tasks, this is why you don't lean too hard on your mercenary. Because I've been healed for 64 damage, 75,000 over heal for complete heal. That's just what they do. That should be enough. So we're going to put him on passive. So he has got me out of a tight situation, which is exactly what I keep him around for. And soon I'll have to rebuff my pet anyway. Got some extra armor class from the cleric buffs, so that'll help with Smidgen. But what I really need is these to drop their snake things so I can complete my quest. I don't know why it's such a rare spawn. Like, it's like I'm looking for mesa snakes that just have their like baby teeth still. Here in the middle of the road. That's not safe. That is dangerous. You know what? Use the vines of Ryakash. I'll increase my poison resist by 25%. So it'll upgrade my thing. It's not going to help a lot, obviously, but it's something. It'll just do a little bit, but that's all I needed to do. What's funny about snake fangs, the snake fangs aren't a rare drop. This is a very, very common drop I'm having trouble with. And I don't know why. This is very unusual. We're next to those dryads, or the little fairies. If you're wondering where we're at, kind of for reference. We just ran down this way near the Potomides. As my mercenaries on passive again, I've got to kind of watch the health of both my team. But that's why I like playing a class that has healing properties. But yeah, it's just a basic snake thing. That should be the most common loot in the entire world. Not really sure why this is a thing. Other players, you want about their business. See the little fairies out there? I was thinking about slowing them, but this poison's kind of the big thing. So it doesn't matter if they're slow, if it's the poison that's giving you damage, you know? I don't know. Yeah, my pet's running out of his buffs. Yeah, I think my Spirit of the Wolf ran out at some point and I wasn't paying attention. Which means I'm getting tired. I don't have that youthful vigor that I used to. Let's take a time out and rebuff the pet. Let's cure poison while we're at it. I only have the basic level on my Beast Lord. See, I went from 16 to 12. 12 to 8. 8 to 4. Now I'm cured. Practice is Endura Magic. It's getting easier to cast each time I do it. But it's still a thing. Don't neglect your spell trees. You'll end up like me because I wanted to rush. And did a pretty good job too. I was impressed with my early game play. But the game does slow down. You don't get to like 120 over one night. A very slow game. That's why if you jump in and you pay a sub, it's like, why? Just play the game first for a good while. See if you like it. And if you're ready to commit to it, then do it then. Come on, game. Should get easier every time I cast a spell. And next time it will be easier. And then easier, etc., etc. And again, if you're in that situation, just sit in the plane of knowledge for a while and just cast it over and over again. Get it out of your system. And then don't worry about it. But me, I'd just rather do it in the field. Take the small inconvenience and just kind of go with it. Okay. Let's get the hunt going again. And just like that, I'm poisoned again. So why slow it if you're just gonna get poisoned? That's the majority of the damage. My healer will just heal through it instead of dispelling the poison. And it takes me a few casts to get rid of it. And you can just reapply it near instantly. So if you're wondering why we don't just dispel the poison, that's why. I can, but it's just not really that efficient. So we got 2 snake skins. Move on to the next one. No, I got something earlier I'm kind of curious about. Well, if I wanted to use a two-handed weapon, I can. That's something my class can use. It'd be very awkward for a minute, but that's okay. Let me see something while I'm getting my face eaten off by a snake. That's 2636. Still doesn't give me what I need. I need a replacement for this so bad. So that'd be more strength, more stamina. You know what? Let's try it out for a bit. Just for fun. So I don't think we're going to use our Glooming Deep Steel anymore. And they're starting not to look too hot for this Treant staff. Hold on. You know what? I'm not fighting Bixies anymore. Well, nah. I wanted to use a shield, but I don't think we're going to actually do it. So I'm going to take off our weapons. I don't know why it's doing that. And try out this Ornate Defiant Skull Staff to see how it does. Just something different. So I don't hit as often, but that's not really that big of a deal. We'll just bonk people with a skull. Now what's going to happen is you're going to see my skill on this thing pop up like really quickly. Or it should work that way anyway. Why am I not getting skills ups? There we go. 2am blunts. I have 11 skill on it now. So we're going to build up our 2am blunt skill. So in theory, when we get it up a bit, it should outshine my other weapons. Just because they're so much weaker. So now we'll really be relying on the warder. Why do none of you have teeth? Yeah, my 2am blunts will just start shooting up. It's good to keep your, if you're playing a melee, it's good to keep your weapon skills up, because you end up in a situation like this where you know, you're just trying out a new weapon and you're not doing a whole lot. I'm relying on my pet mostly, so it doesn't really affect a beast lord as bad, but it could, you know. My other weapons are they just aren't pushing it anymore. Oh my god, we got a snake thing. So you figure we had 12, the damage bonus of 11, that was, so basically 23 plus, you know, 18. Well, that's about the same. I don't know. Yeah, it's about the same. It doesn't matter. It's just more what you want to do, I guess. I can't really say one's better than the other. But I do have, I don't even have augmentations in it. But you figure, this is 50. So, yeah. Doing some of those solid smacks. Plus, we've used those weapons for a very long time. So we'll do this. I feel like they're dying faster and they're not doing as much damage. So maybe this is the right call. But generally, you don't want a Bixie Bane weapon if you're not fighting Bixies anymore. No, I'm happy with the staff. Yeah, we'll be okay. I like how even with this, I'm just holding aggro somehow. Got all these large snake things. Well, goodness forbid, I got a small snake thing. This was kind of mean on their part. Why are you making me do this? I just want a small snake thing, man. You've heard of streamer luck. Well, here's the opposite. Streamer unluck. Just remember, Dorina loves you. It's we showed off that last time. It's just Mummy's head. So if you want to play dress up for Halloween, you can. It's entirely an option. Please drop a snake thing. Please. You know those diamondback snakes near the Manhattan camp in the cave recluses that drop like no spider silk? I think they're just newbie traps. I mean, the point is to get you fighting monsters and leveling up anyway. The leveling is just so slow past this point, it's like, eh. Because I was level 51. Alternate advancement opens up. And it sounds like it'd be fun, but it is a terror. Well, I'll teach you how to deal with that. Yeah, that spider was chasing somebody. Either they're in danger or they just aggroed wrong. So we're almost up to like 52 and blunt. I'm just smacking people with a skull. The human head is the hardest thing known to mankind. You don't need a diamond or anything like that. You just smack people with a skull. A skull and a stick. Most powerful weapon ever. Please. Just one snake thing. Yeah, I'm taking less damage, you can tell. So this weapon's obviously doing more with my old stuff. So even with such low weapon skill, we're in a good spot. Also, putting the Mesa Snakes out right next to the guards is mean. I'm just saying. I am just saying. Yeah, I'm doing enough damage to pull aggro. My malaria is not enough to, you know, be that big of a deal. So this weapon must be doing something a lot better. Well, I needed to upgrade my weapons for a long time. I've been using them for ages. Yeah. Game? What did I do to make you do this to me? Who have I offended? Sad face. This creature looks relatively weak. Ha 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 ha. It's like the strongest thing out here. We will keep fighting the Mesa Snake. Until I get that final thing. A two-fanged guard considers me a threat. Because he considers me a threat, I consider him a threat. So we're both cross-threatening each other. Pull him away from the guards. Take him out. Well, for better or worse, we're leveling. Getting our skills up with 2-hand blunt. We're 75% full of 50 now. All because we wanted to help this fairy. Now, if I somehow fail to the point where we lose all these wolf canines and all these snake fangs, we might come back to this later, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. I do think we'll have to go get more spider silk. That's such a tease. Okay, I'm pretty sure all the snakes are dead right now. So we'll just get magic back. And wait for respawns. So, while we do that, let's see. See, the agents of Mistmore, I don't think this is the castle Mistmore people. I think it's something else. This is a funny thing. There used to be a Temple of Khazak-Thul off the Firot where the ogres start. And this one is backwards as we love lizards, basically. This is we eat lizards. So if they're part of the Eaten lizards, they don't like you. These are the 11 lizards. They're a little dubious of you, but they'll tolerate you. Arboreans of the Fadark. Once you lose this one, I don't think you're gonna get it back up. But there's like little treants in the Greater Fadark that just kind of walk around. They're completely harmless. Bandits you can get up, but there's not really a whole lot of them in the game anyway. So even back in the beginning, there's just not a lot of them. The thing about Clerg is the only way you can get faction with him outside of the Stein of Malgok quest is by defeating the Dwarven leader. Now the Dwarven leader is kind of like Overlord Miram in the Heretic City that we showed you on the Warren's adventure. He doesn't do anything. He's there specifically for you to get faction, you know, with the other side. But, you know, it's just kind of a thing. So if I was to defeat the Dwarven leader, which let's see what my faction with him. I should be a good character, so I should be high. Where are you at, buddy? King Kazon the Stormhammer has his own faction. It should be here. There it is. So he's apprehensive to me. I don't know how big of a hit you take from taking out Kazon Stormhammer, but you take out Kazon and you get some faction with Clerg, which might be enough to take you to Dubious. I'm not sure. Meldrath is a gnome. Have you ever if you're looking at a character that's hostile to the gnomes, at least on the the guards and stuff, there's a gnome in this Minotaur cave. Or if you just smack him, he doesn't like anybody. Except maybe gnomish necromancers. But it doesn't even matter, just smack him around. It'll help you with your gnome faction. Don't know how to get faction up with the Merchants of Valgok. Mayong Mistmore, to my knowledge, is not in the game, so that's kind of a waste. Knowles always hates you. Nagafen, he always hates you. Najena, she's a Dark Elf scholar, which used to be like the old days. If you were a Dark Elf, that'd be your dungeon crawl lady. You'd go and fight Najena at the end of a dungeon. She was a mage that summoned elementals all over the place, which was weird because most Dark Elves were necromancers. Nearite ghouls, they either like you or they don't. They're not gonna like a Vashir. Nothing you can do about that. They just patrol the Necromancer Guild, and they're really low level. So if I wanted to walk into the Necromancer Guild, they're gonna hate me, but they're not going to attack me. But if I sit down, they're going to attack me. The Order of 3 are nearly impossible to get faction with without lowering something else. Finnegill, he's a giant fish in an underwater dungeon, which I used to hunt there as a newbie, but that was a long time ago. I had a thing on my paladin called a fishbone earring, which I bought in the Commonlands tunnel, and he would if you died back then, you'd lose your gear would stay on your body. But this fishbone earring gave you enduring breath, so you wouldn't need to breathe. So I go to Kaddish Keep and I just fight the fish near the beginning of the dungeon, and I just enjoyed it because you kind of moved around on all these different planes. If you were brave and you had some people with you, you know, you go down to the depths of the deep, and you'd fight this wizard monster, which is basically just a giant fish in robes. And you try to conquer Kaddish Keep. I don't think there's anything that shares his model in the game. It's really cool looking. But I'm sure people nowadays just go fight Finnegill for the memories instead of what, you know, it normally would be. I see my friends again. Hi, friends. I just need one snake fang. And these things are being very dispolite. Well, we get a snake thing for the... How long have we been at this? Like an hour? We got something. It wasn't what we wanted. I'll stick it in my gloves. Neat. Yeah, we are waiting for one snake thing. And then we'll move on to the rest of the thing. Surely one of these will drop it. I'm getting exceedingly good at smacking these things in the head with a stick with a skull on the end of it. Oh my god. We got our thing. So, now we'll go back to Madhu. Toss these things up his nose. Snake thing. I have looted the snake things. Not just found, I have looted them. To your pleasure. Now take these and shove them up your nose. And he has given me garbage. But I have gotten toys. So all of my efforts for all of that those problems, try some lion meat, is what do I do with that thing? There. You got some hit point regeneration, that's not too bad. Oh, we don't want that. So my reward for all of my struggles there is this. So I get some more attack, some mana regen, stays the same, and some clairvoyance. So after all that struggles, we got something good. So that was worth it. Even though it didn't really feel like it. That's why you stick things out sometimes. That's why we're doing these things for Dorina, even though this is kind of painful, to be honest. Okay. So we need to create our beads. Let's sell some of our shiny berry teeth. The heck? Why are you attacking a scout? Why would a scout be attacking me? Oh. I die defending my people. I didn't take a faction hit, so that's good. What's going on here? Oh, it's probably an enchanter. Because I don't have my character where you can target pets. So the Green Legion Commander is up. That means somebody's doing one of the harder quests. I think what happened is these Menhoten have a damage shield. My pet was wandering by and it attacked. I was like, what are you doing, pet? It's normally not that big of a deal, but you take faction hits. So if you can avoid a faction hit, you might want to do that. So as far as I'm aware, we don't need the pelts anymore. Don't need some damp marrow. We're done with all these bearskin nonsense. Pretty sure we don't need... Snake eggs would be good for cooking, but I don't think we need them. I'll hold on to some of this stuff. I'm absolutely sure I don't need it anymore. But we broke 4,000 platinum, which is pretty cool. We hunted for so long. We've got some impressive things going on there. Okay. So, let's go to town and find a loom. It might be faster just to walk. Because if you go to Crescent Reach, you still have to, well, yeah, let's just origin back. That might be faster. One of these things will be faster. Very mature community. I guess it kind of makes sense my Beast Sword would have a skull and a stick anyway. He's kind of basically a witch doctor with a giant cat next to him. Beast Swords are not the sophisticated type. So, prepare 5 large snake fangs. Okay, so we're gonna go to the tailoring merchant. See if I find a backpack pattern. See if I can get this thing together. In theory, we should have everything we need. I think we'll call it here regardless very soon because I'm getting tired. We're gonna have this for a little over 4 hours now. Very fun game, but you gotta pace yourself. I can absolutely keep going, but I'll also be very tired the next day. You're alchemist. What am I doing? tailoring supplies. You know the backpack thing? Backpack. No, you stinky stinker. Stink Lord. Panya, you got things? Yes, you do. I like one backpack pattern. So I bought the backpack pattern. Supple wolf pelt, using a backpack pattern. Make a bag. Okay, so I need to combine that all together. So we need to prepare for wolf canine teeth. So we'll experiment. They're wolf canine teeth. 4 of them in here. And drill a hole into them. Of course not. Alright, I'm very tired. I might have looked this one up online. Okay. So we'll call it here. Thank you for watching. We'll continue Dorina's quest. That was a very long time for that snake scales. But we've made a lot of progress. We got new weapons. We'll be level 51 soon. Gorkar Mesa. This is what you can expect. Thank you. Hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.